Hail and welcome to a full story summary of Final Fantasy XVI. This is my first Final Fantasy game ever, and I have to say right here, right now, that it's one of my favourite games that I've played in a very long time. I have no other Final Fantasy game to compare this one to, as this is my first, but from a story and a narrative perspective, I thought this was incredibly strong with extremely likeable characters, incredible voice acting, and so much more. However, if you're a returning viewer, you'll know that these videos are created for those that want to experience a story like us, but don't have to go out there and buy the game. You could have played through it, but want a shorter recap of the story, or explained to you whilst watching it for the first time to understand it a bit better. Maybe it's just not your game, but you'd like to see what all the fuss is about, and that's exactly what these videos are for. I do this for pretty much every new release that comes out that I know they're going to get a lot of traction, so I'll leave a playlist down below to all of the videos that I've done like this, and you can go check them out and binge watch them to your heart's content. This game probably took me 30 hours alone just to play through and get through the story. That's not including the writing of the script, the day or two to edit it as well due to it being such a long video, and the amount of time done staring at a screen can really irritate your eyes, and that blue light just isn't good for you in general. Throughout this entire process of this video, I've been wearing glasses that were sent out to me by GMG Performance, and they've massively helped and improved my overall productivity and reduced my overall eye strain more than in previous projects where I didn't use them. Look, the modern world is constantly using screens on a daily basis, from video games and playing them through like we are today, internet usage being one of my main ones of course, but work life in general at work or if you work from home, and even watching your favourite TV shows on Netflix or other streaming services with your friends or partner. All of these devices are producing blue light, which can seriously damage your eyes, especially gamers like us, over a long period of time. When your eyes are overexposed with blue light, it can sometimes cause eye strain, itchy eyes, headaches, and it can even result in trouble falling asleep after long gaming sessions or binge watching a TV series straight before bed. However, with GMG Performance's blue light blocking glasses, these glasses act as a shield against blue light, and it's helped so much when gaming. It can help reduce things such as eye strain, it can improve your concentration, encourage your eye reflexes, maintain the quality of your vision over a longer term, preserve the quality of your sleep, which for me is my most important one. Before I worked with GMG, I actually brought myself a really cheap pair of these glasses because I was really feeling it, and as you can tell, the quality of these ones aren't very good. So I'm so grateful for GMG Performance sending me out a couple of pairs of their glasses to try out. Right now I'm wearing the Aranos. They are my favourite ones so far, and also I got another pair called the Optimizers as well. These are really cool as well, and the quality is just amazing on them. There are two other pairs of the website called Performers and Osiris. You guys can go check them out. I'll leave all the links in the description down below to the GMG Performance website, where if you use the link in the description, you can save upwards of 40% off on their website, which is a sale that's going to last upwards of 48 hours of this video going live. So go check it out in the description down below. Go get yourself a pair of these glasses. They're going to help so much more than you think. Go check it out. Pin comment also down below. Thank you. If we can hit 1,000 likes on this video, I'll pick 3 winners to give away a couple of copies of Final Fantasy XVI to, so make sure you leave a comment if you want a copy of them down below. But without further ado, let's dive straight in.
It was Moss the Chronicler who said that the land of Valisthea is blessed in the light of the Mother Crystals, and that it was this light which finally led our forebears out of the darkness. Yet, what they saw in the light gave rise to temptation. Temptation that ever lures us back into the crystal shadow. And thus did our journey begin.
Final Fantasy XVI takes place in a place called Valisthea, where the land was blessed by the light of a series of large crystals. These were known as Mother Crystals, and there were multiple scattered around the land of Valisthea. We find ourselves, Clive Rossfield, sat beside a fire along with the rest of our crew. Our mission was to capture Shiva's dominant, and only the dominant. A dominant is someone born with the ability to host an icon, those things that we saw at the beginning of the game. The most powerful and deadly creatures in Valisthea. We eventually start to make our way along the cliffside before peeking over a cliff and seeing a huge battle commencing. However, as we were sat watching the battle unfold, Clive stares off into the distance, where stands a castle. Hence, we see a conversation between the King of Waloed, his people, and the Dhalmekian Council.
What do you mean you refuse? Did you not pledge your swords to our cause?
Come now. Marshal, the King of Waloed is our guest.
The chief strategist calls upon the King of Waloed's help in battle, stating that their dominance hasn't even been let loose into battle yet. However, the Iron Blood, the faction fighting against them, also have their own dominant, so they have to be smart about when they use it.
I wonder that you summoned us at all. Have you so little faith in your own men? It was the Dhalmekians who drove back the Crusaders in the Battle of the Twin Realms, was it not? Or am I mistaken? Besides, your dominant has yet to take the field. And when he does, our knights would only get in the way.
Perhaps you have not heard, but the Iron Blood now have their own dominant. We would be fools to underestimate them.
Bugger their knights.
What did you say?
Should this citadel be allowed to fall, the capital will lie exposed. And I doubt the Crusaders will wait for the good king's pawns to line up before taking to the board. Which just leaves me.
Hooka!
The Iron Blood will rule the day they set foot on Storm. This game is over.
Here we see an encounter between two characters, Benedicta and Hugo. This will be an important story detail later on, so keep this relationship in mind.
Benedicta.
Take care.
Does the lion take care when he chases the hare? Or do you think me one of the latter?
No, my love. You are a lion.
Clive and the rest of the crew believe that this is the perfect time to strike. The chaos will conceal them now the front line in battle has worn away. However, when they push forward, we see the two dominants battle against one another, Titan and Shiva. We try our best to escape, but we got caught after sliding down a cliffside, and Clive passed out cold.
Wyvern! Wyvern! I told you before, you do not get to die here.
We wake a short time later, but somewhere completely different. 13 summers previously, to be exact, in a place called Rosalith. Here we met Clive's younger brother named Joshua, a girl named Jill, and a small mutt named Torgal, and our trainer, Lord Commander Murdoch. We complete a series of training and leave the arena, where we collapse out of exhaustion. Joshua uses the power of the Phoenix within him to provide Clive with additional strength, when we then hear of the King and the Duchess's return to Rosalith. Duchess Annabella was very fond of her boy Joshua, with him wielding the blessing and the power of the Phoenix, whereas Clive didn't get the same kind of reception. We hear in the background from some of the soldiers that this cold reception that Clive got from his mother was because he wasn't born to bear the Phoenix, and it essentially rejected him. Whereas with Joshua, he was able to wield it perfectly. Because of that, his mother gave Clive the cold shoulder and warmed towards Joshua instead. However, Clive and Joshua's relationship wasn't harmed by this, and they loved each other very much. Bear that in mind as well. Anyway, in comes the king following Annabella, the Archduke Elwyn. He seems much more relaxed than Annabella, much more nicer, nothing like the Duchess. A real people's person, which is how it should be. With little Torgal almost getting Clive into trouble.
Not now!
You'll make a fine hound one day.
Father.
Lift up your head, girl.
Thank you, Your Grace.
However, Elwyn whispers into Clive's ears that war is coming, and he wanted to meet him in the war room to fill him in on the information. So we make our way there to the throne room, and here we can see that Elwyn is just a good and normal guy. He doesn't expect bootlicking or bowing, he just wants to get to the point. Here we learn that something called the Blight has taken over a significant amount of the northern reaches. It's only a matter of time before the Blight crosses the border. Every day we delay, we get closer to disaster. We need to take on a faction that's been battling us for the longest of times, and they're called the Iron Kingdom. We need to take command of a place called Drake's Breath. Without the blessing of the Mother Crystal, we can't defend the realm against the Blight. However, it's in control of the Iron Kingdom, so we need to fight to gain control of this Mother Crystal. The path was clear. We ride in the morning to a place called Phoenix Gate, where we set up camp there in preparation for our battle on Drake's Breath. However, nightfall is upon us, and Elwyn and Annabella begin to talk about the plan. Before they go to war, they'll perform the rite at Phoenix Gate. Once that's done, they can then take Drake's Breath. Only a dominant can enter a place called the Apido Tree, so Joshua has to come. This was Clive's chance also to prove himself, that he's worthy of something. He was rejected by the Phoenix, and as we've seen, by his mother as well, and she's not very lenient or loving towards him. So being Joshua's shield, this was his last chance essentially. Jill was someone that was taken in by the Rossfields, grown up with them, and has been under their watch ever since.
There's going to be another war, isn't there? Since coming here, I've begun to take peace for granted. I assumed the war between our nations would be the last. But it never really ends, does it?
No. The next war will be bigger than before.
But you'll be alright, won't you, Clive? You're a shield of Rosaria after all, and blessed by the Phoenix.
So, we all get some rest and wait until the next morning.
Friends, we ride for Phoenix Gate. May the blessing of the crystals go with us! And shield the Firebird's flame forevermore!
His Grace departs! Open the gates!
Morning is finally here, and everyone prepares and takes off to Phoenix Gate. Everyone eager to rest, have a party, and chill out for the night when they get there after the long journey it took. The rite will take place the following day, and post that, it's straight to battle. The relationship between Joshua and Clive is something to really keep a close eye on, as I've already mentioned earlier, and just see how much Clive cares for his brother. Night strikes, and here the castle gets a delivery. Supplies from the capital, it says. The soldier walks up to the wagon, gives it the thumbs up and opens the gate. But then suddenly, 2 soldiers were taken out and the castle was infiltrated. Joshua wakes up in his room a short time later with someone called Wade comes rushing in to tell him of this invasion. We're directed to safety until we regroup with Elwyn, Clive and others. We leave the castle and instruct Joshua and Elwyn to get out of here as well, whilst we go back and try to take out the remaining soldiers. Elwyn attempts to send an owl to spread the word of the attack and takes Joshua to the north gate in order to try and escape. Clive and Murdoch take out a series of guards on their way and interrogate one of them. Here we see that the Imperial Dragoons were sent in not to take the castle, but to take heads. With a sash found on one of the guards that were issued in Rosalith just yesterday, meaning there were traitors within our camp. And that means that Joshua and Elwyn are in great danger. However, Clive suddenly had a piercing sensation flow straight through his ears, with a hooded man in the distance stood there, muttering a series of inaudible words. But Elwyn and Joshua were in a bad position. Elwyn's owl was killed.
You are snakes!
Stay back! I'm warning you!
Run, Joshua, run! No!
And Elwyn was beheaded. Joshua was sat there with his father's blood covering his face and body.
Traitors!
The guards approaching him slowly, threatening to kill him. All of this got Joshua triggered.
You must do your duty too.
And the icon inside of him, the Phoenix, came out.
I had to!
I'm counting on you, Joshua.
Phoenix!
Joshua!
Lord Murdoch! His Highness!
Joshua! Stop this! He's lost control. I have to do something. I have to save him.
No, my lord! Fall back! Clive!
Are you in pain?
Not now. Come on! You're his shield. Do your duty.
However, Clive again had this piercing sensation within his head. He was completely paralysed, and when he turned around, a man stood completely made out of fire. And then, well, this happened.
What in the name of...
Second icon of fire. That's impossible.
Another icon? But this was unusual, because it was a second icon of fire. Of course, Joshua's Phoenix was the first icon of fire, but who is the second one?
Who are you?
This should be impossible.
It's me! Leave me alone!
Joshua and this other icon of fire battle through the depths of the Phoenix Gate until they reach the very top again. And the unthinkable happens.
No! Stop it! Take your hands off my brother!
Help me! Help me, Clive!
Joshua! Stop it! Stop it! I swore I would protect him! Please! Please! Stop it! I'll kill you! I'll fucking kill you!
The following morning, the Iron Kingdom's troops searched the castle for survivors, killing those that did. However, the Duchess was there as well, and she didn't seem very upset, stating to the captain that hasn't he done enough already. Almost like this was planned by her, and she knew that this was going to happen. However, after further searches, Clive, he's alive on the ground. The Duchess took one look at Clive, and immediately turned around and said, "Kill him." But then stopped and had a thought. Clive is a fine soldier, and Elwyn always said that. So she made an exception, and he will make an excellent addition to the Imperial front line. So he was taken by the soldier, with Clive muttering,
Joshua.
We wake back in present time a short time later, where everything around us was completely destroyed. The rest of the crew were waiting around for us to wake up, whilst Shiva and Titan's little spat didn't make things any easier for us. But we're here for one reason, to take the head of the dominant Shiva, and make our fight much easier against the Iron Blood. We walk along the cliffside, and there we see the dominant. The dominant Shiva doesn't go down without a fight, but when Clive walks closer after defeating her, he begins to recognise who this person is. It was Jill. Clive was under strict orders to kill the dominant. However, he straight up refused, carrying Jill out of the combat zone and taking out the remaining of the enemy. However, his commander was not on board with these antics, stating that he's a traitor and is forced to fight him. We take out the commander and we return to Jill. Here we cover her body with our life, shielding it from the enemies incoming. And suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes and cleans out all the enemy. And from within the smoke, out walks a wolf and a man named Sid.
This way. Bloody wind. Well, come on then.
Clive picks up Jill and walks towards Sid, not knowing who he is, but what else do you do when a friendly face comes and saves you, eh? However, on the cliffside was Benedicta. Hugo didn't manage to kill Jill, the Shiva dominant. Benedicta saw the lightning in the background and knew it was Sid instantly. Interesting. We move back to Sid, Clive, Jill and the pup. Wait, the pup is Torgal, all grown up. That is amazing. This Sid knew exactly who we, Clive Rossfield, was. He heard rumours that we'd survived. However, Sid was only here for Jill. He didn't come for us. Clive was very hesitant to let Sid take Jill, but Sid assured Clive that he wasn't planning anything sinister and just wanted to help with the situation. So we make our long journey to a place called the Hideaway.
This place. These are fallen ruins.
Well, we didn't think they'd mind.
Inside the Hideaway we meet someone named Tarja. Tarja's a healer and will be able to look after and look over Jill to ensure she's all okay. We meet Sid in his chambers shortly after, and here we speak more around Clive's mission. A bearer is someone that can draw on the aether of the world, rather than the need to use a crystal to use magic. The Sandbreak Imperial Army was sent behind enemy lines. We waited until it turned into a brawl at the front line, and they were taken care of, for us to just slip in nicely behind, take care of the dominant, and slip out unnoticed. However, Clive had no idea that this dominant was Jill at the time, therefore he killed his commander and set his sights for the hills. However, the Empire don't take lightly to deserters, and are going to be looking for Clive at every step of the way. But why would Sid want to save Jill, and not be jumping up and turning in a branded bearer like Clive? Well, Sid wants to help. He wants to make a change. However, this of course wouldn't go down well outside of these walls if it was well known. So hence the reason why Sid lives in a cave. Sid asks Clive to join him on this journey, but until Clive gets his revenge, finds out who his brother's murderer was, the second dominant of fire, he must walk his own path. Sid tells Clive that in a village nearby called Lostwing, there's a group of branded fugitives. One is rumoured to be a dominant of fire. Clive immediately perks up, and Sid accompanies him to Lostwing to find out more about this dominant of fire. However, along the way to the village, we run into a spot of trouble, and Sid, well, does something very surprising.
You're a dominant.
So, Cid wants to offer bearers and dominants a choice. They're used and abused throughout the world of Valisthea, and Cid wants that to end. He wants them to have their own choice, to help, to live their own lives and not be used as tools and to be treated as people. Which is kind of cool. I respect it. We continue on through the forest and here, Benedicta? She bribed a villager to give her information in return for coin, but she didn't show him much mercy. The guards finally knew our presence, so we took them out along with Cid. And when we did take them out, Cid had to ask Clive if he's being serious about this second icon of fire. There are 8 icons in total, and fire being one of them has only ever had one warden, as have all of the other icons. A new one can't be born until the previous one dies, and even that could take years. But Clive knows what he saw, and Clive is not a liar. Does he take you as a liar? Someone in Lostwing might be able to shed light on the matter, but when we got there, it seemed too late. The whole place was deserted, with people imprisoned. Clive and Cid both worked to free the prisoners, and here is when we met Gav for the first time. However, a soldier managed to make it out alive and fled the scene, so Clive chased after him, and lucky for us, he led us directly to Benedicta and her other soldiers. We get into a stir with Benedicta until she moves atop a hill, and Cid comes rushing in with Gav.
I asked you a question, Lord Commander.
Why? Because I'd had enough of you and your king's antics.
And yet here you are, stealing my branded. What are you plotting?
As if I'd tell you.
Lady Benedicta, we have secured the dominant.
Always something, isn't there?
What dominant could they be referring to? Could that be the dominant of fire? A short time later we see where Benedicta and an army went to, the Holy Empire of Sanbreque. It's the hooded figure from the start of the game. Benedicta seems to think that this is a dominant. However, the hooded figure doesn't want to give anything away about it being one. Who is this? Gav returns from his journey after tracking where Benedicta went, and she'd been held up in a stronghold along with all of her other prisoners.
Canovant.
One of the Empire's outlying strongholds, though apparently not strong enough to keep out the Royalists. The captured bearers are inside. I'm sure of it.
We get some well-deserved rest and make our way to the stronghold that following evening. We find our chance to push forward and make our way into the castle, where we fight off a series of guards and finally come to face Benedicta and return her prisoners to Lostwing. Clive demands that Benedicta hands over the dominant of fire that she has in captivity, but of course she refuses. So we have no choice but to fight her, and well, she didn't take the beating all too well.
You are but a branded! How? How did you do it? How did you even survive? How?
The answer is simple, Benedicta. He was fighting for something he believed in.
Shut up! Why aren't you dead?
We've played your games. Now tell me where he is.
Who? What are you?
Clive moved towards Benedicta and places his hand over her chest, almost sucking the power out of her.
Clive?
He had no idea that he could do this, and neither did Cid. Clive collapses to the ground, and a voice mutters in the background.
Clive!
Benedicta stands and tries to use her power against Sid and Clive, but her power,
Enough of this.
Garuda, was gone.
What? She's gone.
What's happening?
Give her back! Give her back! Give her back!
My lady!
Where is she? Where is Garuda? What have you done to me? What have you done?
Look at me, my lady. We need you here.
However, there was no time to waste. We need to get the hell out of here. The Dominant of Fire must have started the fires around the castle. But where is he? We have no idea. However, the following scene then cuts to the hooded man, who was walking through the chambers of the castle, and he hears a chime in his ears. Not knowing what it is, he continues to move on with his female companion. Clive and Sid make their way across a cobbled path, where Gav almost got himself eaten alive by Torgal. Gav tells us that someone freed all the bearers that were captured in the castle, who we don't know just yet, but could it have been that hooded man and his companion? After all, they were going through the depths of the castle and around the prison cells, so it very well could have been. We tell Gav that we lost the hooded man and he offered to try and track him down for us, so Gav goes off to do exactly that. What a nice guy. But then we cut to Benedicta being carried through the forest by the rest of her guards, when suddenly an axe comes flying out of nowhere and kills all of the guards that are surrounding her. But just as these raiders were going to take Benedicta, she transported to a white room, showing her memories of how she met Sid. She was once a slave, saved by Sid, and now, of course, turned into a dominant. But then a huge gust of wind comes from absolutely nowhere throughout the forest, and Benedicta fires up in rage inside her and transforms, giving Garuda the power and turning her into her icon. But Clive also hears a ringing, and Garuda is making her presence known.
Do you feel it too?
Garuda. By the flames.
With a voice repeating the words.
Too much ether. She can't control it. If Garuda isn't stopped, that vortex will swallow this whole forest, and us along with it.
I'll stop her.
You'll stop her.
I heard it again. Someone is calling me.
Damn it, lad. That doesn't mean you have to listen.
However, the voice calling Clive, it only seems to happen at specific times, and important times at that. Clive realises it's calling him, and he has to find out where it is. We reach a series of ruins, and it's here that on top of the steps, the hooded man is standing there. The one he saw on that night at Phoenix Gate.
Wait! Clive, was that
The Dominant. The man who killed my brother.
Are you absolutely certain?
I've seen him every night for the past 13 years. Watched as the flames of his icon took Joshua.
Look out! Sid? I'm here, and so's Torgo.
Clive was separated from Sid and Torgal after a huge boulder fell on the path. But this was Clive's chance. He sprinted up the staircase after the hooded man and finally caught up with him on the edge of a cliffside, until Garuda, Benedicta's icon, comes out of nowhere. Garuda became very strong, repelling against Clive. However, Clive was not going to let her win, no matter the cost.
You're nothing. You're a monster. And I will not let you stand in my way!
But then, that voice, it awakened something within Clive. Ifrit. Ifrit battles against Garuda in an epic and drawn out boss battle, but it was finally over. However, Clive wasn't able to control his icon, Ifrit, and Sid had to step in to turn him back.
It is you, isn't it, Clive? Stop this! Now!
By turning into his icon, Rachimu.
I said stop! You're too nice is your problem. Bloody mess, this.
The ghost that Clive's been chasing all of these years, the one that killed Joshua, the second dominant of fire, was him all along.
Oh, Clive. The ghost you've been chasing was inside you all along. I'll be damned if I know what that means. Oh. Why? Why did you have to listen to him? Benner. This can't be what you wanted, can it?
Moving forward sometime later, the Holy Empire of Sanbreque was under attack, with the king appearing as his icon, known as Odin. And the other, Prince Dion, going exactly the same, introducing Bahamut. The battle between the two didn't last very long before Dion retreated to a nearby camp. Here Dion received a scroll mentioning that the saboteurs are attacking everything, everywhere, even the holy capital. Dion's family are based in the capital, and to ensure their safety, he will deal with all the enemies here.
We can expect no reinforcements. That is of no matter. The Emperor's safety is paramount. I shall deal with our enemies here. All of them. was me. I killed Joshua.
Ah, you're awake. You're just full of surprises. First that trick with Garuda, then whatever the hell that other thing was. Didn't know you had it in you.
Do it.
Hey?
Kill me.
It was me. I killed him. I killed Joshua. I killed them all. I'm a monster. And I deserve to die. So end it. End it now. Please. Please. Ah!
I reckon I can take you, if that's what you want. But first, I thought I'd give you the benefit of my timeless wisdom. It seems to me, you see, that since you're still breathing, you might as well make yourself useful. Get dressed. Pretty as you are, you're not my type. I'll, see you in the hall.
What are you going to do now?
Clive's still coming to terms with what he now knows. However, Clive just had the thought. Gav's gone on his way to find this hooded man, the second dominant of fire. However, he of course isn't Joshua's killer. Clive is. We finally find Gav after chasing him down, and we see that he's in a spot of trouble. So we chase after Gav to try and save him, as he was being ambushed by Imperial guards.
Clive! Give me your hand!
Help me! Help me, Clive!
I've got you.
Gav tells us what he's found. The hooded man and his companions are on their way to Rosalia, and he is the dominant of fire. That's confirmed. Clive still needs closure, despite knowing he's a dominant of fire, and so is this hooded man. If he didn't kill Joshua, then we definitely did, so he needs to get closure. However, the scene then cuts to this hooded man and his companions sitting beside a campfire. Wait, is that Joshua?
He must be stopped.
What? What a plot twist this is. What? I did not expect that. Joshua mentions that someone must be stopped. But who? We don't really know what Joshua's talking about here, but from what I suspect, it seems really interesting. So we return back to the hideaway, and Tarja comes sprinting over to us to inform us that Jill is now awake. Clive, at first apprehensive, walks up to the infirmary in order to check on his friend, Jill.
It's true then. It really is you.
It is.
Clive! You're alive.
So are you. I still can't believe it. Are your wounds healed?
Yes. Talia told me what happened. You saved my life.
After nearly taking it, I had no idea. Forgive me, but how did you ever come to be there, Jill? Fighting for them.
The Iron Blood. They invaded not long after the news arrived about Phoenix Gate. Rosaria had lost her leaders. The Duchy was in chaos. The Iron Kingdom saw our weakness and pounced upon it. They killed the men and captured the women.
And took you back to Ironhome.
I thought they meant to have their fun with me before the end. But the end never came. My powers awoke and everything changed. It all happened so fast.
We were told that the Iron Blood had captured a dominant and planned to bring her on their latest crusade.
They gave me a choice. To fight for them on the battlefield or see my countrywomen slaughtered.
And they call us dominants.
What? What happened, Clive? What happened at Phoenix Gate?
It was me. I killed Joshua.
No, that's not true. I know you. You wouldn't do that.
It's the truth. I changed into him again, not long ago. The second icon of fire. The one responsible.
Clive.
When I think back to that night... The hooded man, he spoke to me. What did he say?
XVI.
We have found you. What did he mean?
Clive, we should go back there, to Phoenix Gate. I need to know what really happened, and so do you. You need to know for certain. And if what you told me is true, and you did what you said you did, then we will face it together.
Jill, All right.
You'll be needing a change of clothes, then. Out you go, your lordship. We wouldn't want you getting overexcited.
Sorry.
I'll see you soon then, Clive.
Clive and Jill both agree to make their way back to Phoenix Gate. They want to see what actually happened there on the back of what Clive now knows, and see if there's anything else they can find out that points towards an explanation as to how there's two dominants of fire, or how he turned into a Freet. However, on the way, we go to a place called Martha's Rest, a place where they help bearers. We tell Martha that we're off to Phoenix Gate, and she directs us to the road east. However, just before we do go, we go to the Abbey to look at the operation that Martha and the abbots have going on there. The abbots and Martha are working with one another to help bearers across the lands. Inside are beds with bearers on their last legs. These bearers are all cursed. Any bearer that uses their gifts, withdrawing magic from the world rather than utilising a crystal, it will petrify a bearer's body, seizing it up, till all that remains is stone, which is why, as you can see on these people, their hands are stone, their legs are stone, and some of their bodies are also completely stone, which gives them an extreme and excruciating pain throughout their body when they're laying there, basically dying. At that point, they're cast aside and left to die. Bearers are used as tools throughout the world of Valisthea, and that's the only use for them. If a town doesn't have the use of a mother crystal or smaller crystals, they'll rely on the likes of bearers to help run their lands, create their fires, warm their water, all of this stuff as well, make their wells work, light the pathways of the village. This, of course, causes them to curse, and that is why they get their stone-looking hands, and eventually, when they're fully stone and can't do it any longer, they're just left to die, and will bring another bearer in to use and to cycle this whole process. So it's pretty sick, to be honest, if you really think about it. However, Martha and the abbot try to make this easier and to ease the pain for these people, giving them medication and making their final hours slightly more bearable. We deliver some medicine to the abbot and we venture on back to Martha, and there's Sid.
Sid. Ah, Clive. You're not where I left you.
Sid injured his hand, and as we can see, he has slightly got the curse on him as well, with partial of his hand being stone.
Can't fling them around the way I used to. Think of it as my decoration for long service and exemplary misconduct.
Done because of the use of his powers with outer stone, which is why, as you can see here, he lights his cigar with a crystal rather than the use of his finger. Really cool little touches here. Anyway, now that all of that's over, let's move on to Phoenix Gate. On the way there, we pass through a town named Eastpool. Here, Clive and Jill are reunited with an old friend, Lady Hannah.
You're Clive Rossfield. It's me, Hannah, Rodney Murdoch's wife.
Lady Hannah.
Oh, I knew it was you. You haven't changed at all. The Lord Marquis and Jill too. It's so good to see you both again.
It's good to see you too, Lady Hannah.
If you have time, you simply must come back to the house. I haven't much to offer, but what is mine is yours.
We should be delighted.
And you have been wandering the world ever since. I can well understand fleeing from those iron blood brutes, but oh, to take to the road at such a tender age.
It wasn't easy, but we survived, and...
And now we're back. It's wonderful to see you safe and well, Lady Hannah.
This was Rodney Murdoch's wife, Elwyn's old right-hand man, the one that we seen in the throne room at the beginning of the game. We head back to the house for a catch-up. However, things were a little awkward at the start. But we learn that Clive's mother, Annabella, is now married to the Emperor of Sambrec, the father of Dion, the one we saw earlier turn into his icon. This marriage has caused a great number of changes to all of the villages around here, and many other villages across Thalasthea.
So long as I can live here in peace, here I shall stay. Not that it matters. The capital is closed to civilians, by order of the Duchess. Or should I say, Her Imperial Majesty. Annabella's marriage to the Emperor of Sambrec heralded a great many changes here.
Yes, of course.
Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to...
Please. There is nothing to forgive. Would my mother not make an exception for you and your husband? Surely she would not refuse the Lord Commander.
You haven't heard, then. Rodney passed away on the night of the fire.
Rodney never returned from Phoenix Gate. And Clive immediately remembers seeing Rodney Murdoch when he turned into a Freet. He was responsible for his death.
I'm sorry.
Clive.
My poor child. You look pale. All this traveling must have taken its toll. I insist you rest. We can talk later.
Are you sure you don't want to sleep inside?
I can't. Not after what I did.
Lady Hannah said she would prepare a change of clothes for you in the morning. She really has been very kind.
Years of killing. 13 years without the faintest glimmer of hope. It was only Joshua that kept me going. I swore that I would avenge his death. That I would kill his killer. That was the only thing that gave my life any meaning. But if it was me who killed Joshua and Murdoch and all the others, then why the hell am I still breathing?
I ask myself the same. When I fought, hundreds died. There were so many bodies, so many lives cut short in their prime. That day in Dalmekia, I wanted to join them. I wanted it all to end. I couldn't bear it anymore. If living meant being that, better to be just another body.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember that night on the balcony, when we looked up at the moon? I said a prayer to Metia, and that prayer was answered. You came back to me. The heavens must have a plan for us. We should get some rest.
Right.
Good night, Clive. Sleep well.
We change out of our imperial clothes and into some of our father's old clothes. And on we go to Phoenix Gate.
What is this place, anyway? Some sort of shrine?
Oh, sorry. You've never been here before. This is the Hall of the Gate.
The gate?
It's a relic of the Fallen. Only the Phoenix's dominant can open it.
Hence the castle's name. This was where Joshua was supposed to...
Yes. He would have stepped through this door the next morning and listened to the words of our ancestors.
Would you have gone with him?
No.
When we get there, we press on through and we see a door. Clive opens it, and on the other side looks to be some kind of ancient room. We continue to press through. Suddenly, though, a series of frozen constructs seem to come to life. We defeat all of them, but why would they suddenly come to life now after all of these years? We reach the end of the chamber and come across a mural of something. But what could this be? And what could it mean?
What's in it? How old do you suppose this is? 1,000 years? More?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. Who is that in the middle, do you think? Some sort of god?
But then, that ringing, it's back. Everything around Clive freezes. And behind him, the hooded man.
You're him. The second dominant of fire.
And when Clive asks him, "Who are you?" he responds with, "You." Clive wakes a short time later in an unknown location, surrounded by fire. He's back at Phoenix Gate, re-watching the fight between him and Efreet and the Phoenix.
What?
There's something bigger at play here, something Clive cannot control. But what is it?
I'm back.
Joshua! Stop it! Please! Stop!
I did this. I killed him. Joshua chose me to be his shield. He gave me his blessing. and asked me to keep him safe. I should have protected him that day. It was my duty.
Clive.
I'm sorry. I failed you.
Joshua died. I killed him.
And I blamed another for what I did. To spare myself the guilt. I feared that by accepting it, I would lose what little was left of me. So I ran. From everything.
And now? Are you ready to accept the truth?
I am. I know it won't be easy, but it's what I must do. So that Joshua's soul can finally rest in peace.
Clive is brought back to reality, and Jill, concerned, asks about his well-being. But Clive has come to terms with what happened, he accepts it. And as the voice said, that's what he needed to do. But who is this voice? We exit the depths of Phoenix Gate, and Clive collects his thoughts. However, Joshua is here, but it doesn't seem as though he was down there with us. It was someone else. And by the looks of things, Joshua knows exactly who this person is.
Tell me, who did this, or I'll see you suffer the same fate.
The man who delivered the coffer said, he said Sid paid him.
I let you run amok with the rest of your rats, and this is how you repay me? Find out where he is. I'll crush him, flay him, rip out his heart, him and all his filthy brood, and send every last one of them to hell. Out. Now!
Yes, yes, my lord.
Benedicta.
When we returned back from Phoenix Eastpool, it was overrun by Imperials, and, well, Lady Hannah was murdered, acting on the order of the Duchess due to them harbouring bearers. This was the turning point for Clive. He was ready to help Cid and join this group, saving bearers and dominants and giving them a choice in life. So they returned to the hideaway and let him know.
This place is getting more crowded by the day.
I tell myself the bustle's a blessing. There'll be time enough for quiet contemplation when I'm dead. So, did you find the answers you were looking for?
I still don't know what to make of this gift, curse, or whatever it is I've been given. But there is one thing I can say for certain. I am a dominant, Ifrit. And there is nothing I can do to change that. It is a burden I must bear until my dying day.
Spoken true. Forgiveness, and in turn salvation, can only begin with acceptance. It's a path we all must walk, no matter how colourful our histories.
Cid, you once told me that you wanted to build a place where people could die on their own terms.
I did.
I've been thinking about that. Why not a place where people can live on their own terms? For 13 years, killing was all I knew. So obsessed with death that I never stopped to consider the lives of those around me. Lives that I see now were scarcely worth living. Be they bearers or beggars, most march blindly to their end, never realizing that they too deserve a choice. And I dare not turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer.
So, atonement then, is it?
That was the answer we found.
The only one we need.
I'll be expecting you both to pull your weight.
And we will.
Well then, with a sprinkle of fire and ice, this plan of mine might just work.
What trouble are you looking to get yourself into now?
The best kind. We're going to sneak into the Imperial capital and pay a visit to Mother.
We now move to the Imperial capital. Here the Imperials are all speaking about the Blight and how it's edging closer each day, with the Emperor stating that he's willing to disrupt any mutual accords that the capital have with any other areas of Valisthea, just to ensure the capital have a place to obtain food and basically unblighted crops and unblighted farmland. The Emperor wants to expand the capital's dominion and wage a war of conquest. He doesn't care. Whilst all of that was going on, Cid had some very interesting findings to inform Clive and Jill on. The mother crystals are the reason the world is dying.
I must have misheard. You mean to tell me that the mother crystals are the reason the world is dying? Are you mad?
I have been called that on occasion, but no, not today. We've all seen it firsthand. Empty wastes where once were green meadows. Land drained so dry of its ether, not even the rats remained. But where was it all going? I spent years searching for an answer, until I saw it standing right in front of me. There, in the self-same crystals we look to for their so-called blessing. All right, listen. Take this crystal. How does it allow us to conjure magics? Answer, by drawing ambient ether from the air. And where do these crystals come from?
That's easy. They're mine from the mother crystals.
They're one and the same. Although admittedly this here fits more easily in the pocket.
But the mother crystals are massive. Some as large as mountains.
So you see the problem. Imagine just how much ether can be drawn by something that size. As to where it's all going, mind, well, I can't know everything, can I?
We are taught that the mother crystals are divine. Their ether a gift from the heavens. For centuries, nations have fought and fallen for want of that gift. If what you say is true, how did no one else see it?
Who says they didn't? Maybe the truth was inconvenient.
Inconvenient to whom, exactly?
The higher-ups? The gods themselves?
So now you want to do something about the crystals? And what? We're not helping bearers and dominants anymore.
I didn't say that. I made a promise and I intend to keep it. But if we continue down this path, there's only one fate that awaits the realm. And we can't very well set our people free if they're all lying dead in a blighted ditch. Not if we want to create a place where they can live on their own terms anyway. Sort of defeats the purpose. So, if we have to bring the old world crashing down in order to build us a new one, what say you? Are you with me?
I suppose it's about time I repaid your faith.
You could have just said aye. But it's nice to have you aboard all the same.
The mother crystals are drawing all of the aether from the air, and where that's going, no one has any idea. But these crystals must be destroyed, because whilst they're still active, there's only one fate that awaits the realm. Pure destruction. It's now time to take on our biggest task yet, the mother crystals. Drakestone is the crystal we're planning on going for first. To get to Drakestone, we pass through a small town, and here we meet Isabel. Although at first hesitant to help Clive, she seemed to take a bit of a liking to Clive. She helps us enter the castle walls, and she wants us to repay her by helping look for a missing girl named Tatian. We find her unfortunately dead and return to inform her of the news. We formed a relationship and a level of trust with Isabel in that moment, and that will help us going forward later on into the story. Anyway, we now meet Sid and Jill at the capital, and Sid has already forged a plan. Take the back door at night, and not be seen. We can see throughout the city the use of crystals is very prominent, and we're actually hiding inside a brothel until sundown, as we can hear in the background.
Can't think of a safer place in the Empire than a... brothel.
Really?
Sundown is upon us, and we make our way down into the mines to find the crystal stores. And the aether was everywhere. The aether won't affect us due to us being dominant, so Sid, Jill and Clive are all okay, and Torgal of course is absolutely fine. However, it will significantly impact the guards and all the miners that are down here currently, turning them Akashic. This is what happens when a person is exposed to too much aether. It sends them Akashic and they completely go crazy. We finally make it into the main area below the mines, and wow.
There's no one about.
I knew it would be big. But this...
There. That's our way into the inner sanctum.
However, as we move down towards the crystal, the same creatures that were in Phoenix Gate are also here? Could these two places be connected somehow? But how? Anyway, we make it down to the foot of the crystal.
It's beautiful.
The heart of Sambrek.
Well, that didn't work. I think we're gonna need a bigger sword.
Mine's bigger.
Thank you, Clive, but I meant that figuratively. The core's clearly made of sterner stuff. Taya's going to have a fit when she hears about this. Stand back. It's about to get cramped in here.
Clive, look.
When the crystal was destroyed, a black hole formed behind it.
What is that?
Sid!
Inside, a creature crawled out, staring straight at Clive.
Ifrit, I need Ifrit. Come to me. I can't do this without you.
But suddenly Clive had those voices inside his head, paralysing him completely, and the being attempted to grab Clive and pull him in.
Where are you?
Hold on.
But Sid's icon wouldn't allow that to happen. However, Clive regained his consciousness and woke up in an unknown place.
Where the hell am I?
With the beast pinned to the wall by Sid's icon spear. However, that voice, it's back again.
I've been here before.
You again. Where are you? What do you want? Fuck. It's still alive. That power isn't yours. But this is mine.
We finally bested the typhoon, and that voice again.
Clive.
Sid was not in great shape, and there was no healer in sight to be able to help him.
Enjoy your nap?
You're wounded.
This? It's only a scratch. All right, the hole.
We'll find you a healer.
Here. No, you won't.
However, as Clive turns around, and in front of him is a mysterious figure. Sid seemingly knew who this was, stabbing him in the neck with his sword.
I know who you are. And if you think I'm gonna let you have him... think again.
But who was this thing? Whatever it was, it evaporated into thin air whilst we sat with Sid, whilst he lights his last cigar.
One left. That'll do me.
Try not to talk.
Clive, for so long, I thought I had all the answers. But then I met you. And I learned it wasn't a good death we should be fighting for, but a better life. It's all very well a man reclaiming his fate. But if he can't choose how he meets it, what's the point? So, I made a choice.
Don't do this!
The rest is in your hands. The crystal's blessing is a prison, Clive. And if it's an outlaw the world needs to help it break free. Stop. Please. I can think of none better than you.
That voice was back, sending a pulsade of blue towards Clive, Jill and Torgal. However, just in time, Joshua got there and was able to put a stop to whatever was happening with this thing.
To kindle flames anew. I'm sorry, Clive. Had I arrived but a moment sooner. Do you remember me, boy? I saw you protect them. That was very brave. I know you're there, Ultima.
You have learned our name. What else have you learned, Phoenix?
My travels have revealed much about you and your ambitions. I know that it was you who tore me from my brother. And I know that it is his power that you seek. But know this. If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Very well.
Breath of mine ancestors, fill these lungs that I may dispel the songs of suffering.
A disturbance.
We'll leave. My brother alone. This is getting us nowhere.
We agree. No more games, Phoenix. We have come to claim our vessel.
And I said no.
These flames are nothing. You will know what it is to burn.
Yours is a fleeting form. I'm not fool enough to think I can harm you. But to protect my brother, I don't have to.
Although Clive and Jill were passed out before they could see Joshua's presence. But Clive was able to open his eyes and see that Joshua was still alive in the distance, before again passing out due to being so weak.
These are not flames of destruction.
Have you forgotten already who I am? Just try and get to my brother now. Fiend.
Although, Joshua called this being Ultima, and he knows that he's there. Ultima was the one that tore Joshua from his brother, and it's Clive's power that Ultima seeks to finish whatever it's starting. However, in other news and other parts of the realm, the hideaway came under attack, with Hugo Kupta requesting Clive's head.
Bastard!
Clive, of course, wasn't there, and the hideout was completely overrun and destroyed by Hugo, who turned into his icon, Titan, completely destroying the cave, killing so many people in the process.
Fuck me! Where the hell are you, Sid? Where the hell are you?
Oh, it's to give them a better tomorrow. They see only that we've made their lives harder today. Yet the boil must be lanced if it is to heal.
I can't help but wonder if we've made the right choice.
When Sid said that he wanted to create a world where we were free. Free to choose our own path. I honestly don't think it mattered to him if that choice was right or wrong. Only that it was our own.
I miss him.
A world where we can live and die as equals.
That's what he wanted. What we want. And that's why I bear his name. It's why we've all chosen to bear his legacy. And I'm not going to let anything stand in our way.
Rides over, lovebirds. Home, sweet home.
We speak with someone named Otto who filled us in on the latest. Hugo destroying the old place, Gav keeping an eye on the Imperials, and us, well, we need to plot our next attack.
Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern Storm has endured, recent days have seen the Blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dhalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran. Who will be left standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled? But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash. But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that.
And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima. If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does. world without mother crystals. To Sid.
Gav comes back from the capital and gives us a rundown of what's going on.
Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the mother crystals. Four mother crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune, along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
With all of this going on in the background, this will be the best time we have available to move on the mother crystals and destroy them. They won't see us coming in the middle of battle. Drake's Breath will be the first crystal to push towards, with us needing to pay a little visit to Clive's uncle beforehand, to help us sail across the sea in order to get there. We'll make our way to Port Isolde and find a way inside our uncle's castle, where at first he didn't actually believe that it was us.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him, and means to string us up himself.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue!
So, Clive did what anyone else would do. Reenact a play that they would recite together when they were younger, to really prove that it was him.
You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to Her Serene Holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Meadow in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you. You always were fond of that scene from The Saint in the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford. So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster?
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us, then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing. The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
We return to the hideaway, and here we speak with Vivian to try and get some help on what's potentially to come when setting sail to Drake's Breath.
As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules over the islands to the west of Storm. Or rather, its church does. But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the orthodoxy holds the Mother Crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies. Some 80 years ago in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed. Soon after, in pursuit of ether and with the Blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Drastanus, home of Drake's Breath, and plucked it from the Duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of Duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island, and with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity. The Mother Crystal is both the object of the Iron Blood's worship and their gateway to the continent, making Drastanus the holiest of holy grounds, from which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining Mother Crystals, or die trying.
My father and my grandfather both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's Breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same.
Once we get the rundown from Vivian, we go to the infirmary and speak with Jill, and make our way to Drake's Breath. Here Jill tells us more around what she was made to do when captured, that she was forced to kill, else the ones that she cared about would be killed. Jill needed to put things right and kill the man responsible behind all of this, who will in fact be at the Mother Crystal in Drake's Breath. This person was called Father Imran. We make for the inner chambers of the castle, which would take us directly into the sanctuary. The perfect pathway. This would be the perfect pathway through... The perfect pathway is through the hand... The perfect pathway is through the handmaiden's living quarters, which should prove us a way unseen by the guards. As we enter the doors and walk up the long slide... As we enter the door and walk up a long flight of stairs, both Clive and Jill are greeted by one of the maidens there, Lady Marley. Lady Marley was always so nice to Jill, helping her as when she needed it the most when she was captured in Drake's breath. The guards caught wind that these two were here or there were intruders within these living quarters, so Lady Marley takes us both round the back and points us in the right direction to get to the Mother Crystal. We make our way there and finally reach the bottom of the crystal. It's here that we can see a cult of people worshipping the crystal, with one person in particular, Imran, walking up to the top of the altar, where we can see two bearers laying on the altar like sacrifices. Jill needed to accept it just as Clive did with being Ifrit, and accepting that he was the one that supposedly killed Joshua. We take out the beings in our way, and Jill wanted to be the one to finish the job and to deal the final blow, to destroy the crystal and to kill Imran. She placed the power into Clive's sword. He slowly walked up to the crystal and struck it due to Jill being just not strong enough at that time.
Are you watching, Sid? You're one step closer to freedom.
The crystal! What did you do to it?
Oh, we destroyed it.
What? But... Monster! Monster! Do you have any idea what you have done?
I do, Father. I have killed the monster and become an outlaw. May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
It's over.
It is.
And Shiva exacted her price.
She did.
Again, the burden fell to you.
And I bore it willingly. This was a sin for which I had to atone. Now I can continue at your side with my head held high.
Piece of the ground crumbled, and in its place, that symbol again, just like we saw at Phoenix Gate. But what does it mean? And does this place also have something in common?
It's just like the one at Phoenix Gate.
However, behind them both, the hooded man again.
We need to leave.
Agreed.
We then move on to Randella, the Dalmekian Republic. Here we can see the faction being attacked by the capital and the Emperor around the unblighted land. In the corner though, was Hugo. Hugo's idea to fight back against the capital is to destroy it, in a fight between the Titan, his icon, and Bahamut, Dion's icon. However, Hugo had other ideas as well. One that could bring peace between both factions, and that was Lady Annabelle and her son, the future Emperor, Olivier. Hugo has a set of terms he wants to agree on with Annabella and also Olivier. Hugo wants the killer of Benedicta dead, which we know was Clive, asking his mother for that approval. In return, Annabella would be left Sanbreque for her son to one day grow up and lead it forward as their emperor. Annabella wants to control everything. She wants a new order, and she wants her son to be the new emperor, to lead and create that new order, and the old order to fall. She wants power, and she wants her son to have that power as well. Could Ultima have something to do with Annabella and Olivia, as their plans seem pretty sinister? But we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, we return to the hideaway and walk inside the infirmary. The curse had spread across Jill's arm, and that's why she's wearing a massive glove, and it's knocking her sick in the process. However, Gav suddenly comes sprinting in to tell us that Rosalia is under attack. This is Hugo Kupka's private guard, fighting in search for one thing: Clive, the killer of Benedicta, his love. This was a trap set by Hugo, but Clive had no choice but to make his way there. Whilst Kupka still stands, the world will be a much less safer place. Clive must travel to Rosalith and kill Hugo Kupka for good and end this battle, or this feud. When we finally get there, we see what Hugo is doing here is not an invasion, but it's a massacre of all the innocent people here. We push to the very end, and there he is. Hugo captured Jill and threatened to kill her if Clive didn't surrender also. So Clive was taken into the chambers of the castle, and, well, Jill would be beheaded in the centre of the castle courtyard with everyone to watch. However, just as we thought all hope was lost, Gav came out of nowhere and managed to break us free. We reach the courtyard, and in the background we can see Torgal waiting to pounce. We give him the sign and he sprints over towards Jill, and the beheader transforms? Hugo was watching every step of this, unamused at how we broke free. We take out the enemies in the courtyard and make our way to Hugo to finish this.
No! Enough of your games, Kupka. Just tell me what you want.
Sid's head in a box. Imagine my disappointment when I learned that he met his end at the hand of another. And my relief to learn that you had taken up his thrice-damned name. Your master slew Benedicta Harmon and defiled her body. If you choose to bear that murderer's name, then you shall answer for his crimes.
The only crimes I shall answer for are my own. Sid did everything in his power to save that woman, though she was long past saving. And so I did what he couldn't. It was me all along, Hugo.
It was you. You killed her.
I did.
Then I am fortunate indeed. I had thought the most I could wish for was to take the life of one he loved, just as he did to me. But it seems I was wrong.
and I shall have my revenge. We shared a dream! I would be the king of the world! She would be my queen! And together, we would rule like the gods we are! But you crushed that dream, ground it into dust! Hear me, Rosefield! You will pay for what you've done! I'll tear you apart with my hands!
With one swipe of Clive's swords, Hugo's hands were both severed clean off. Hugo's Titan ability, also taken by Clive. However, someone walks in, picks up Hugo, and walks out with him over her shoulders, calling Clive Mythos. Who was that?
Another time, Mythos.
And why does people keep calling Clive Mythos? We didn't manage to finish Hugo off there and then. However, when we went back with Gav, he tells us that the Royalists were all here, Odin's men. Does that mean they came here to save Hugo? We return to the hideaway to speak with Otto and inform him of what's happened. However, in the midst of things, in walks someone named Mid. Mid was Sid's daughter and is a fantastic engineer. She wanted to build a ship using a series of thrusters that could make it one step above the rest. To do this, she needs some help from a couple of people and some supplies from them as well. So we travel around Valisthea to help get these supplies and bring the people on board, and bring the news back to Mid. When we got back there, she had set up a workshop at the bottom of the hideaway, ready for her plans to take effect. Once Mid was happy, Otto tells us that we have a guest, and we peer over the balcony. And what do you know? It's Uncle Byron. Byron makes himself at home, and here we move to the view of the Holy Emperor of Sambrec, where we enter the throne room and see the Emperor, Annabella, the Prince, and also Dion.
The Dalmekian government sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Still, we must insist on substantial reparations. The Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dalmecs empty their treasuries for us.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
The Empire owes you a great debt.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Very good.
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dalmecs will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments. The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can, and once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
Your Radiance, were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would of course prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dalmecs to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, it is not to be.
And what of your subjects, your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on. Dion?
Yes, sire.
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Here we can really see what Annabella's plan was, to make it look like the prince traded words with Hugo to stop the war between them, giving him brownie points, and to ensure that he was praised to the high heavens by everyone around. Dion, however, didn't look very amused by this. However, the Emperor had different ideas. He ordered his men to not retreat until a peace treaty was concluded and an agreement was reached. Until then, they would continue to fight for the land, take the jewels of the people, kill anyone who stood in their way as well. Now that Hugo is out of action, and they're without their dominant, the Titan, Dion could use Bahamut to cause havoc. However, in doing this, many would die, and if the fighting spread to the city, innocents will die as well. The Emperor still wants the battle to continue. Dion will return to camp and continue on. However, Annabella told the Emperor of Dion not agreeing with him and potentially turning into a traitor, wanting to start a rebellion against the Emperor. This was completely false, but in Annabella's attempt to win over the Emperor and turn him against his own son, she seems to be the madness behind all of this. But back to the hideaway. Byron's now here, so we need to greet and show him around. We'll meet with Vivian and speak to her about where Hugo could potentially be, and I plan on how we finished him off for good. Clive and Byron travel to the desert and make their way to the Velcroy to try and find Hugo. We finally reach the desert and come across a village, where we see a group of Waluders were spending some time in the inn, so we decided to go and join them. We sit for some food and drink to try and get the upper hand and a bit of gossip as to where Hugo is potentially being stored and where he's being kept. As if by coincidence though, Joshua was there as well. Joshua was stressing that he needed to speak with Prince Dion before we returned from the front line. However, his companion was still very concerned for his health, so fetched him a drink from down in the bar. In this time, she could see a ruckus beginning to stir between the groups of Waluders, Clive and Byron. We overhear the Waluder men talk about Hugo Kupka, and Byron decides to speak his name a little bit too loud in that scenario. They turn around and we try to play it off, but they're not having none of it. Joshua is informed on the trouble downstairs by his companion, and they try to make a way out the window. Byron stuffs his face with the food left on the table before the table's flung on its back and the food goes to waste, which I thought was quite funny, and runs and jumps over the bar to let Clive deal with everything. However, once all the guards were taken care of, Joshua and his companion fled out the window in his room upstairs, and Clive? Well, he had in possession of a phoenix feather. This started to glow suddenly, which usually states that Joshua's presence is nearby, or the phoenix presence. He quickly rushed upstairs to check the rooms, but the one that he'd entered, Joshua had already gone. Minutes earlier. Anyway, we push on forward to Drake's Fang. Kupka will be hiding somewhere inside. We get a glimpse as to what life was like for Kupka after losing his hands as well. Hubbard tells Hugo of a way he could still use the power of his icon, using Benedicta as a driving force in persuading him. He will drink the ether of the Mother Crystal, from the heart of the Mother Crystal. However, Hubbard was speaking to someone, and behind him was a figure which looked to be comprised of ether. Who is it? We don't really know. But what we do know is that we're in for a fight with Hugo if he drinks that ether. Clive makes his way inside and is presented with an entire castle built around the heart of the Mother Crystal. We fight our way through and finally making our way inside. Hugo thinks that he can see Benedicta standing there in front of him, but from Clive's perspective, there's no one there.
Benedicta, my everything. I've missed you so much. Kuka! I swear to you, my love, we will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
As Hugo pushes forward towards Benedicta, or what he thinks is Benedicta, behind her suddenly stands Ifrit, which quickly turned into Clive, biting her shoulder. This is the motivation Hugo needed, the anger and the rage to prime into his icon again, Titan. Clive goes to strike the back of Hugo, but receives a piercing sound through his ears just as he goes to do that, sending him weak and paralysing him completely. There's only one thing Clive can do at this point. One thing.
Come on. Find him. You've done this before. You can do it again. Let the flames burn within you. Let them burn without. Come to me, Ifrit!
Take out the Titan, but then something very unusual and unexpected happens. Hugo the Titan eats the Aether Crystal. This was going to be a tough battle. Clive and Ifrit were up for it, sprinting towards Kupka, ready to take on the battle and take him down.
It's do or die! I'm coming, Kupka!
After a very long and drawn-out battle, Ifrit defeats the Titan for good, and Clive does what he came here to do: destroy the heart of the Mother Crystal. However, once Clive turns back to himself, that noise again, and this time he's presented with the hooded man right in front of him. The hooded man all of this time was being named Ultima. Ultima wanted access to Clive's body and consciousness. His body was to be used as a vessel, but before this, his consciousness must be completely severed. What is Ultima, and what does he want?
You grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clive! Don't let him in!
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
Thank you, Joshua.
We now return to the perspective of Prince Dion and his loyal servant. And a bit more than just a servant by the looks of it. Dion is reflecting on the Emperor's words, forcing the people to go into battle. Many will die because of that decision, but the Emperor doesn't seem to care. Dion receives word that Olivia has been made Emperor via a scroll, and that Dion is to stay here. Dion needed to go back to the palace immediately to confront his father, but just as his steed needed readying, in walks Joshua.
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you.
At ease.
We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the Remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Many have told me that I look like one. But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
Clive returns to the hideaway to inform all of the people there of Hugo Kupka's death, all extremely grateful for Clive doing what he did, and relieved at the sound of his death. Many lives from the hideaway were lost when his army infiltrated the first time round, and many there were there when it happened, and are so glad to hear that he's gone. So the next objective is King Barnabas, his icon, Odin, and the Waluda. Uncle Byron is scouting ahead to understand what his army are doing, so whilst we wait, we speak with Mid around her plans to build the fastest ship the world's ever seen, the Enterprise. So we go off, obtain a couple of different materials for Mid and help build the thrusters for the ship, and finally it's done. Mid stood there reflecting on what she's done and how much she's done in this short time. What her father would have thought about all of this as well. She's living the dream of hers and her father's. The Enterprise wasn't just the ship that she wanted to build, but it was the goal and the ambition of her and her father, Sid. To have this ship to be a safe place and a safe choice for all bearers, dominants, and whoever wanted to join. Mid gives Clive the captaincy of the ship as well once it's built, which was a nice touch. However, we tell Mid that we're planning on visiting the grave of Sid, her father, very soon, to inform him having the soul of Hugo's demise, and that hopefully he can be left to rest at that point.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. But if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kupka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. Not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies. It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there'll be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot. There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav?
Already on my way, Captain.
Be careful.
Aren't I always?
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
However, it was time to push forward. We take a side route through one of the villages named Bocklad to get through to where we need to go. Meanwhile, in the capital, within the audience chamber, we see a conversation between Dion and his father, with Olivier now becoming the Emperor.
Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sambrec.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it, and I can think of none better suited to the task. There is other news, Dion. Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then Valisthea. All shall bow before their Emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god. The Emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Greeker, made flesh. Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father. I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sanbreque, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your Emperor in the wars to come.
The canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over. Come, your Radiance. The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so boring. I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
I have suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
We look back to the capital and Dion and Joshua were meeting, where Dion expressed his concerns over his father's decision making. He's certain that his father has no knowledge of Ultima, so he doesn't know where this change of personality has come from. Joshua told Dion about Ultima when they first met, so things just started to line up. Wanting to make Valisthea fall, and in pursuit of one thing only, which was Clive. If Dion's father, the Emperor, isn't being strung along by Ultima, could someone else be? Could it potentially be Annabella? Or even Olivia? Although now that Dion has a plan to kill Annabella and Olivia, this will be actioned in due time. However, whilst we wait, Clive, Jill and Torgal are in the Holy City, waiting around. However, suddenly, the city becomes under attack, and Torgal informs Clive and Jill of this. We sprint across the rooftops to find out what the hell is going on, and make our way inside the main gates, where the Mother Crystal is being held. We fight our way through, take out a giant dragon in the process, but then suddenly, the Mother Crystal's heart begins to slowly glow.
What now?
Is that Mother Crystal's heart?
What the hell is it doing up there?
And out of nowhere, Bahamut.
Bahamut.
Why would Bahamut want to destroy the city? Joshua was here too, and he was looking up at this happening in front of his eyes. But this wasn't what Dion wanted. This wasn't how the conversation went when they both had a meeting. Why would he be doing this? Something has happened. We walk to the foot of the crystal, and the plan remains the same. Destroy the heart of the crystal. However, as we make our way further up into the castle, Clive sees a sight that he never ever thought he'd see again.
Joshua! What is he doing?
Keeping Bahamut occupied.
Joshua! Joshua!
Don't, Clive. It's too dangerous.
Fuck! Hold on, Joshua! I'm coming!
We'll make our way into the castle and move upstairs, where we hear some noise coming from one of the rooms. It was Annabella and Olivia.
Mother.
It's you!
What happened here?
He tried to take him from me! Oh, my boy. My darling boy.
Is this the child you made with the Emperor? Why, Mother? Why did you betray us all?
You have no right!
Answer him.
We took you in, savage. Show some respect for those who raised you. Honorable Elwyn, always thinking of his precious homeland. But what worth is a homeland in a world beset by the Blight?
Father did not seek to protect his country. He sought to protect his people.
A leader's duty is not to protect his people. It is to protect the source of his sovereignty. The noble blood that runs in his family's veins. So long as this bloodline remains unbroken, what does it matter if a nation falls? One can always found another. Unlike him, I did my duty. I preserved my line. I bore a son of the noblest blood, to whom the whole world might kneel. That is why I gave Rosaria to Sambrek, that I might join my line with the Lesages and birth a savior of this benighted land, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix!
You sold your country for a child.
Why did he need another? You had Joshua.
I had nothing. You were always your father's son, so very strong and bold and daring, and yet you failed to awaken. Would that Joshua had been granted 1/10 of your strength? Oh! How the nobles laughed that Elwyn's firstborn was surely the son of a concubine, and my own, not long for this world. The shame of it! The shame of being slandered by one's inferiors! How could you ever know how that feels? It should have been you! Why didn't the Phoenix choose you?
Joshua's every waking moment was spent trying to shoulder the burden that you and the Phoenix and the Duchy foisted on him. That's why I became his shield. To help bear the weight. But what did you do? You betrayed your own blood and surrendered your son to his fate!
Joshua, my darling boy. I never meant to hurt him. The soldiers' orders were clear. He was to be spared. Why did you survive when the only one I truly cared for died?
What? Have you not looked out of the window? Joshua is here! The Phoenix lives on! He's battling Bahamut as we speak! Joshua! Wake up!
am a shield of Rosaria. And I will do my duty.
Clive had no choice but to take on Bahamut, and the battle was very long, very cinematic, and I loved every second of it. The battles in this game are just fantastic. This is how you mix cutscenes, cinematics, quick time events and actual gameplay together, with it just being awesome and fun. Square, you did a fantastic job. Well done. Mid-fight, Joshua comes back into the mix as the Phoenix and helps us take out Bahamut. Just as we thought we defeated Bahamut, it begins to drink the crystal's ether. And as we'd seen with Titan, that was not a good idea. But then something incredible happens. Ifrit and the Phoenix join forces and become one, and fly into literal space to fight Bahamut. This game is fucking incredible. But we finally defeat Bahamut and save Dion from falling to his death, whilst Ifrit destroys the Mother Crystal's heart. Clive and Joshua were reunited, and of course with Jill too.
Joshua! Clive! My brother.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're alive. We both are. Nothing else matters. I never dared hope that I would see this day.
Reunited at last.
Jill.
However, Dion could see something in the background. Where Olivier was standing, it was Ultima. He throws his spear towards Ultima, but it pierced through Olivier in the process, killing him there and then. Clive inherits the powers from Dion. Joshua saves him. But here we get a bit of context as to why Dion turned against everything and everyone as Bahamut, against everything he knew, and went against the conversation that he and also Joshua had not long before that happened.
I am here to save you, Father.
Save me?
A creeping darkness hides in the heart of Sanbreque. It stems from your wife, the traitorous Annabella.
Not another word, Dion.
Father, though you may not see it, the darkness has taken hold of you. It has made you forget yourself. But I bid you remember, there was a time when you ruled not with cruelty, but with compassion. Why now do you turn your back on your people? Why now do you seek to stoke the fires of war? You too have borne witness to this change, Your Eminences. And you know, as well as I, who is responsible for it. A puppet now sits upon the throne, but cut his strings, and the master loses the power!
What?
Dion, you bear steel before your emperor? Guards! Take him!
For every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. Those were your words. But when the last of your citizens has fallen, and all of their homes have been reduced to ash, what will become of your empire, of its rulers, of your god? As the mother crystals crumble one by one, and the blight sweeps in to claim all that we hold dear, our people look to their emperor for protection. Yet he labors not to secure their futures, but to seize what is left of the twins for himself. Even if it should come at the cost of everything his loyal citizens have labored to build.
Dion, you must understand.
A small price to pay, is it not? You've been blessed with great power, Dion. Enough to win me the world. So go, claim Valisthea for me, brother.
Dion.
Gods! Gods!
Father.
Poor father. How he doted on his children. That he would die to protect me was plain. It was but a matter of when.
You planned this?
You did well to endure so long. But you broke in the end, as I knew you would. And now Muthos approaches. Put him to the proof. I would see if he breaks. Go, Bahamut. Kinslayer.
So, just to explain a little bit in this section, Olivier was Ultima, or possessed by him. He was the thought process behind all of this, the reason his father was acting so strange, and everything he stood for. Killing his father was a way to get Dion to break, and Ultima was behind the plan all along. However, Annabella seemed very far gone, enough to not believe Joshua was real, and enough to take her own life.
Mother.
If it is consciousness that weaves your wills together, consciousness that blurs the boundary between your own will and that of others, then we shall set you apart once more. The ties that bind you shall be severed, and humanity return to its proper place. By primogenesis shall a new age of reason begin.
Now we know what's next. Odin is the last icon we need to take care of, and the final Mother Crystal. We return to the hideaway with Joshua and the others, where he would rest and get the care that he deserved and, of course, needed. There was something on his chest, though, a swelling circled in stone. It's a curse that plagues Joshua, one that was set by Ultima. Earlier on in the game, we seen that Joshua had cast some form of force field around Ultima when we first seen him, and then after that, it all went into the stone in the middle of his chest. Well, it turns out that Joshua is in fact keeping Ultima at bay within him, and that's the reason why the stone is there. We set off to a place called Tabor with Jill and Joshua in search for Joshua's companion, Yote. Meanwhile, in the city of Canberra, they're overrun by the Akashic. However, in walks Hubbard and Barnabas into this room. Ultima is in control of Barnabas and Bernard. He's brainwashed them into going along with his plan. Ultima has been in control of the Wellus for a number of years now, as Ultima seemingly wants one thing, the tapestry. All of them have one thing in common, and it's this symbol right here.
Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominants, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it, like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
We push forward and can see the people inside the city under attack, smoke rising up from within the walls of old Canberra. We speak the code that allows us to go through the door, and inside was Gav, Mid and Byron. They would do all they could to round up as many survivors as possible and potentially use the ship that Mid built to get them out of here, as they'd never get to the hideaway on foot with it being in the water. We press on through the city and come face to face with Hubbard.
Quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Statelier of House Harvard, and you will yield.
We finally take out our bard. However, as we were about to walk away, in walks Barnabas.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Waloed.
Get back.
Barnabas was way too strong for us, and Clive, well, passed out and became extremely weak. Jill stayed to try and slow Barnabas down so that we could get away, but he was way too powerful for her. Clive was taken to the Ironwork docks, where the ship was being kept and ultimately where it was built. Here Clive would recover, but Jill didn't return after we'd last saw her. However, Clive and Joshua both know that she's alive, as the aether of her icon endures, meaning Clive and Joshua can tell, and she's just being held captive. A while later at the Ironworks, the ship was just about to get ready to sail. However, suddenly, a Kashik come barging in. Mid orders all the crew to man their stations and get the ship ready for sailing. We fend off the Akashic with the others, but then in walks her bard. What? It turns out that her bard is no man, but a creation of Odin, meaning he pretty much can't die. We must fend them off for as long as possible and sprint onto the ship when Mid gets him moving. So, we finally do this and only just grab onto the ship. After this, we move on to the perspective of Dion, walking through the destruction of Sambrek, the destruction he caused, the amount of people that he killed.
Great God of mercy. All this. What have I done?
Now, back to the ship, where we can see a ship in the horizon and we believe Jill is on board. We need to go and find her and get there quick. Mid brings the ship up close, however standing watch, of course, was Barnabas. Clive jumps onto the ship and finally finds Jill in a cell at the bottom of it. But as they try to escape, there was more going on our ship. Odin and the Phoenix fought one another there and then, resulting in the sea to completely part in two. and the ship that Clive and Jill were on, well, were sent crashing to the bottom of the sea floor.
Where?
What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation. And thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the Mother Crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The Blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Ever led astray by your blind resolve.
Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate. However much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us. It unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos. You wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God. No.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure,
They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation! And abandon everything we hold dear!
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours. And not your gods!
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
We fought Barnabas as much as we could, until he finally sent the sea caving in on each other. Jill forms an ice path, allowing us to run out of there before we were washed away by this massive tidal wave, and we managed to finally get onto the shore.
I hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led. We need only wait till dawn. This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
And maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe? But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
myself. I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving, provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is. This burden, I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me. If I'm to continue on, having pledged my life to those I love, then I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill, we will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other. That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Of course. Drake's spine. The last Mother Crystal.
The Einherja is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
We move to the Crystalline Dominion and see how Dion is holding up. The little girl that found him patched him up and took him in, sheltered him and ensured to safety, giving him medicine he needed to recover. However, he isn't able to stay here long and gets dressed and leaves when he could, with him feeling very appreciative of Joshua saving him after he was falling. The next location is Drake's Spine, and once the Enterprise is ready, that's the course we're going to set on. So we need to head back to the beach of Ash and make our way through there to face Barnabas. We meet with everyone in the Ale Hall to discuss the plan.
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home, after all.
But... very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
We're dropped off in a place called Western Ash and begin to walk on the face of a cliff when Joshua asks Clive a question about Jill.
Clive. There's something I've been meaning to ask. You took her icon, didn't you?
Yes, I did. She understood.
Oh, she understood. Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose? You knew damn well she'd never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
I used my gift because I thought it was the right thing to do.
And you truly believe this will save you? Will save us all?
I do.
Then so be it. Just don't forget, you're not alone.
Think I found us a trail. Did I miss something?
Only that Joshua didn't.
I don't get it.
We push forward to the kingdom of Waloed, specifically Riviere, and find our way inside a huge structure, and the doorway leading into the main room.
Why?
The blade must ever feed if her edge is to remain keen.
Butcher.
What care you for these worthless creatures? They are nothing. Weak from the moment of their conception, ever longing for power not theirs to command, they turn unfailingly upon themselves. Like sheep, they roam in filthy flocks, eager to trample those few gifted a fleece of gold. Or that they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence. Prejudice and persecution, severance and strife, every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts. Malice born of the pain and suffering that is free will. Its corruption is gnawed at your being from the very moment of your birth.
You're wrong. It is no corruption. It is who I am. Every choice I make, right or wrong, gives me reason to carry on. And carry on I shall. Not as a puppet, but as a man. Which are you?
There was a time I too thought those the only choices.
What?
Long ago, God granted man the gift of magic. And with that gift did he build great civilizations. Yet over time, man lost sight of the gift's true meaning, stepping from the path of shared prosperity to one of avarice. He abandoned his creator for sword and flame, and through his folly, beckoned the blight. Yet, there were those few who refused to turn their eyes from the heavens, and they prayed to God that he might lead them back to righteousness. And the Lord, he did answer. Before the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. And so did I spread my arms to the ether, and cast my soul upon its gentle waters.
I gave myself unto him. My worth proven, the Lord charged me thus. If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve. You see, paradise lies but a single step away. Could we only take it? Could we only leave our transgressions behind? For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world. I will save us. But it all begins and ends with you. You are the key, Mythos. And with this humble offering, shall I prove my faith once more.
So you forsook your kingdom. You forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living? What you seek to provide is not salvation. It's anything but. Life is about always having a choice. Take that away, and we might as well be dead.
Very well. Come then. Show us the strength of your will.
However, Barnabas takes hold of our leg and makes Clive a presentable host as to what he said he would do and what Ultima needs, placing his power within him, him becoming one with Ultima.
Did I not? We shall fulfill our destinies. At long last, salvation. I'm coming home. Mother.
Tell me, how does it feel?
Show yourself! Face me!
How does it feel to consume your rival's strength, to gorge yourself on their beam, to edge step by trembling step ever closer to the divine? With or without a will, you are still but a vessel, our vessel. Behold, how your body shudders in anticipation of its fate.
Oh, it's not yours yet.
No. Come then, O wayward child. We shall await you upon the back of the first worm. There all shall end and begin again.
Byron went off to speak with his friend, Haval, about rounding up an army of troops, and finally, Haval agrees. When suddenly, Prince Dion walks in with his army to repay a debt he owes to Joshua for saving his life, and agrees to help us taking on Ultima as well. Sometime later, Clive, Joshua and Gav met up back in the cabin with a woman they found pregnant amongst the chaos in the area. We inform them of the king's death and send Gav and Edda, which was the name of the pregnant lady, back to the Enterprise. However, Joshua was able to find out more around what Ultima wants, and it's really interesting.
Barnabas said something else. That the Mother Crystals were Ultimas.
Ultimas? Are you certain?
We know that the Mother Crystals have been leading the land of Ether. And we also know that it's this which hastens the spread of the Blight. But what I cannot fathom is what Ultima stands to gain from that. What did you find at the Stronghold?
The truth about Ultima's prize. For so long, I believed it to be you, and you alone. Yet, it is not merely a freat that he desires, but a freat and phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames are joined shall his vessel be complete. Quite why he needs a vessel is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know better, brother, I would think that he meant to cast a spell. A spell 1,000 years in the making. A spell to end all spells.
And he cannot do it without us. Nor without the Mother Crystals. But if we destroy them all, we will stop not only the Blight, but Ultima as well. We stick to the plan then. Only this time,
we face him together.
Well, it's a long walk to Stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
But now, it's time to face Ultima. So, off we both go, to face him together.
Look, Clive.
By the Founder, the place is a fortress.
We both push forward towards Ultima and fight our way through. However, when we got further in, Joshua and Clive got themselves into a bit of trouble. However, suddenly, in comes the Enterprise smashing down the walls, and Jill, Dion and Gav sprinting in to help.
Surprised to see us.
How did you?
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
To what do we owe this honor?
A debt I would see repaid.
Prince Dion. It's good to see you well.
So, this must be Ifrit. Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart, and guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all.
Thank you.
For everything, Your Highness.
Dion, please.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right? Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished...
Well said, Gav. We have work to do.
We opened the gateway, but Ultima was there waiting on the other side and teleported Joshua and Clive into a completely different area, whilst the rest of them were left to fight the Akashic army that were inbound. They were not in Stonia anymore, but in Ultima's playground.
Ifrit, or what's left of him.
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction. But she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do, why we nursed you and fed you, as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
To right your wrongs. If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever require you, Muthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all! What?
That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
I can't do this alone.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your dissent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's ours.
Joshua and Clive both worked together to take out Ultima, and when they finally thought that they did, it was only the beginning.
At last, for countless generations, have we awaited this moment. Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try.
So why not leave it all behind?
Leave it all behind.
Please, won't somebody save me? Won't anybody love me?
I yearn, yet still she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts?
What if it could all just go away?
Just go away.
None of this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive.
Clive.
That's right. You're my brother.
Ultima is playing with Clive, taking him back to Phoenix Gate to see all of his friends talk against him. However, Joshua's voice is still there in the background, guiding Clive through this, working together to break out of this place, destroying the final Mother Crystal, just as they planned to do.
Remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
My name is Clive. Clive Rossfield. Look, Ultima.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched. And the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Muthos all along. The mark of the Phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking?
This is no mere evolution, it is deviation. And herefrom does Logos rise.
Damn it, Clive. Wake up. Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave. This place.
And once again does my creation stray from the path laid before it. Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking talking about?
In the halls of origin does our true power quicken, and there shall you be made complete. Soon, Mythos, soon you will discover how little you know of suffering. And so the crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings. Its chorus building, a crescendo as it enters its final movement, stirring those long aslumber to waking. And back to their origin.
Bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they? Oh, fuck me.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Jill! Is everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here. Mate! We're leaving! Now! Everyone, fall back to the ship!
I will be with you anon.
Thank you.
Ultima wanted the crystals to be destroyed. That was a part of his overall bigger plan. Why exactly we don't know at this point, but it looks as though Ultima has summoned a new crystal that he calls Origin. However, we return to the hideaway where Clive gathers all the people to explain what's going on and the plan going forward.
As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well...
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canberra is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it. It won't be easy. It may take generations. Centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
We gather with Joshua and Dion and say our goodbyes to everyone before we set off to the Origin Crystal.
Clive, if you see me dad up there, tell him we were right to leave his legacy with you.
Tell him he'll be in the front row. There's no way he'd miss this. Well, behave yourself, Mid.
We'll see.
So, you're in charge now, Gav.
And what does Tyre have to say about that? Come back before she finds out, eh?
Thank you, Yote. I'm sorry.
Your Grace, I shall pray for your safe return.
That's kind of you. But you should pray he took his medicine. I didn't spend all night grinding herbs for his lordship to leave them on his nightstand. Again.
You needn't fear, Lady Daya. And thank you.
See that your brother comes back in one piece. Or, at most, two. Any more and you can heal him yourself.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, there's nothing to say that hasn't already been said. But that's never stopped me before, so just you do what needs doing. And don't worry about us.
We'll do our best, Uncle.
That we will.
If that is all?
Not quite. Jill.
It's time, isn't it?
It is. Take care of him. And you. You take care of her too, boy.
Don't forget, Clive. We all choose our own path. Believe in yours. I do.
I'll be back. I promise. I love you, Jill.
I know. I love you too.
Now, we have a god to kill.
But it's time. Make our way on top of Bahamut, and he blasts away inside the Origin Crystal for us, revealing a pad in the centre. And it's here that we learn more around what all this means.
So, this is Origin.
A far cry from heaven.
Where it all began. your architect.
There you are.
It was here that we slumbered. Here that we waited for centuries, clinging to our decrepit shell, for fear that we might have need of it once again. But you have come at last. And now we shall be truly complete.
Well, there's 3 of us and 1 of him. Let's make it count.
We will show you what it means to suffer. unpleasantness could have been avoided.
During the battle, Ifrit was sent crashing down to the surface, with Bahamut enacting his revenge against Ultima by essentially dueling him and overpowering him in this scenario. And Dion, well, he sacrificed himself in the process. With Joshua scouting the remaining rubble for Clive, he finally finds him lay there, not breathing. Joshua uses his abilities to heal Clive, allowing him to regain consciousness and continue the fight against Ultima. We carry Joshua over our shoulders to help him into the main chamber of the crystal, and it's in here that we see many icons scattered around the room. This place is called the Nexus, and it's a wellspring of life.
Clive.
They can't be.
But they are. This is the Nexus. A wellspring of life. Yours and ours. As we watch the world stumble slowly to its dark end, it was here we pledged a new beginning. And now, with the ether we have harvested, I shall raise my kin from their eternal slumber. That together we may usher in a new age of reason.
This was never about creation, only self-preservation. You condemned an entire world so that you alone might escape death.
Alone? Him alone? Clive, I think I understand. He...
Ultima wanted the Mother Crystals to be destroyed so that the ether from within could be pumped directly into the Nexus, giving it the power for Ultima's plan. Now that Clive has done exactly that, every Mother Crystal Clive destroyed, Ultima became stronger.
Their work was done. Had you not set them free?
You meant for us to destroy the Mother Crystals. It's what you wanted all along.
You have our gratitude, Mythos. In this you have served us well. You have both served us well. Welcome home, brother.
Joshua?
I thought it was me, but it wasn't my grasp that grew weaker. It was theirs that grew stronger.
Ultima broke free from Joshua's chest. How I said earlier he was captured within? Well, he's not anymore, and this is now allowing him to form his final form, leaving Joshua almost hopeless in this situation.
Joshua! No!
And now we can become one.
Clive.
Don't speak.
The one possessed of the destructive flames of Ifrit and the healing flames of the Phoenix. This, I once believed, would be Ultima's true form. But I was wrong. I see it now. Why you will never become Ultima's vessel.
I don't care. Just hold on.
Listen to me, Clive. You remember the murals? People once knew that Ultima was their god. That he created them. And they worshipped him, prayed to him, looked to him for guidance.
In vain.
In vain. For he did not listen, did not acknowledge our will, and so we strayed from his path to forge one of our own. So absorbed was he in his own desires, so driven by his own will alone, that he shunned the one thing that could have made him truly powerful. Faith. The same faith people now place in you. Faith that you will fulfill their dream, Sid's dream, of creating a better world for us. Faith that you will follow in Father's footsteps and save those who need saving most. Faith that you will answer Jill's plea to save yourself. The difference is, Clive, that you chose to listen, and that is what has steeled our bonds. Bonds that helped you stand firm when Ultima's pull was at its strongest. His power may be absolute, but so is ours. And so will yours be. With my light in your heart, not even a god might stop us.
Joshua! Don't do it, you'll...
Enough, Clive. My body is too As well. I have always been proud to call you my shield. But now, it is the world that needs you. Thank you, Clive, for being my brother.
Look at me. Look at me, Joshua. Open your eyes! Open your eyes, Damien! Why? Why did you do this? Joshua! Joshua!
And thus does the final piece fall into place. The incantation primed, but one task remains. To empty the vessel.
Joshua died in Clive's arms. A phoenix feather falls in front of Clive, reminding him of his brother's presence, and knowing he's always going to be there with him. But Clive still had a job to do, to defeat Ultima.
With me to the end.
Even now, you would deny the inevitable.
That's what you always have. And always will. On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore.
Clive takes his sword and deals a final blow to Ultima, ending him for good.
With me, Phoenix. Forevermore.
So sure of your place atop the world, you refuse to acknowledge those below. You chose to remain alone, and
So you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger. Pushed away the hands that could have raised you higher.
I do not need you. You or anyone.
And that is where we are different. I could not have made it here on my own. I carry with me the hopes and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign. The only fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness. I said, it's over!
Tell me, what do you imagine will befall this world now that you have gained your precious freedom?
I honestly don't know. But I doubt it will be pretty. A sorry tale of sin and suffering, hardship and pain.
And it was for this that you fought so fiercely? Why?
It's who we are. We fight. We survive. We endure. We don't need a reason. We are imperfect creatures. When we stumble, we reach for a shoulder to lean on. When we fall, we stand back up. We see the horizon, ever out of reach, and still we march on. Certain the answers lie just beyond it. Because that is our way.
My congratulations. Relish this victory, knowing that you have but delayed the inevitable. Your world is already dead. May you enjoy an eternity on its blackened husk.
Clive, however, had one more thing left to do. The Nexus could not stay standing, and after he inherited Ultima's power, along with all of the other Icons' power, destroy the Origin Crystal for good. That is the next task. Even if that means the end of Clive Rossfield.
Use it to set things right. And see Ultima's legacy. Bearers, dominance, crystals, magic, consigned to the flames. Even if it means the end of me. These are our terms.
Clive was washed up on the shore after falling from the Origin Crystal when it was destroyed. All of Clive's work here was done. Ultima was no more, and no clouds plaguing the sky. Clive had done what he'd set out to do. Figure out what happened to his brother that night in Phoenix Gate, and along the way, take out all of the other Icons in his way. And just as he and Jill discussed, they can both one day stare into the sky directly at the moon. Clive, however, would be plagued with the curse all bearers would endure. Their bodies turning to stone now they don't have the crystals to pull the Aether from.
You the most beautiful thing. He is, isn't he?
What are you gonna call him?
Let me see, let me see. Oh, reet little one. Got a smile for your Uncle Gav.
Not so loud, you burp.
What? I was only...
Shh, you're scaring him.
It's all right.
Oh.
A sky of scattered tears, 1,000 years apart. Should they fade, I will not
us now. Yours to do with as you please. That's what Sid wanted. That's what they both wanted.
Clive may very well have died on that beach, staring up into the sky, and Jill and Gav knew exactly that as soon as they looked out towards the moon. However, maybe all hope isn't lost. Maybe, just maybe, Clive Rossfield is still out there, and will return to Jill and the others one day.
And thus did our journey end.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is a story of Final Fantasy XVI. This game has gone down as one of my favourites ever. I loved every second of it. I thought it was so cool. It was absolutely awesome. And to say that this was my first Final Fantasy game, I cannot believe it. And I can't believe I didn't pick up one sooner, to be honest. But if you guys made it this far into the video, comment Ultima down below. It lets me know you've made it this far into the video, and for those hardcore supporters as well. And you'll be more likely to win a copy of Final Fantasy if you can comment that down below. But leave a like on today's video, it would be very much appreciated. As I mentioned, if we hit 1k likes on this video, I'll randomly be picking a couple of people from the comments to give away some copies, so make sure you leave a like, subscribe if you guys are brand new to the channel as well, and comment Ultima down below. But ultimately, let me know your thoughts and opinions down below of the game if you've played it, or if you've just listened through the story. Let me know what you think. I did cut a couple of bits out in the story, because this video probably would have been like 10 hours long if I would have kept it all in, because this game is 80% cutscenes, 20% gameplay. So I've put all the most important bits in and tried to go from there whilst giving you the most cinematic experience as possible. But I hope you have enjoyed, everyone. We'll see you all next time.
Every time.
Will you light it?
Yes, Mother. Come on. If only I had the flames of an icon.
Icon? Have you been reading that silly story again? Magic belongs in fairy tales, and fairy tales don't boil kettles. You see? Well done. Now, be a good lad, and play with your brother until supper.
Come on, hurry! Hurry! All right. Right, let's play the Saint in the Secretary. No, I don't want to be Madu. What do you want to play then? War of the Icons! Again? Oh, right. And I get to be a freak. Why? I'm the older brother. Because Bahamut says so.